Mr. Thompson.
I wondered if I might mention a preliminary matter this morning. I have looked again at Mr. Kelly's precognition, and I see that he has a personal medical condition. I read his evidence again last night. I know that he was tired yesterday. I know that he's dropped down the batting order today, but I did just wonder if he might like to consider resting on his written submissions so far and not give oral evidence today. Just a matter for him to consider, sir.
I think you're on mute, sir.
You're back on mute. Go now.
Right. Apologies. In preparing our questions, we had noted down 2 or 3 questions for you on your based on your precognition. I was going to ask you to. So I don't know how that affects matters. They're not big matters, just a couple points of clarification. But what are your thoughts on this, Mr. Fairley?
Sir, what Mr. Thompson has suggested actually reflects my own view on the status of my evidence. As I explained last night, the landscape and visual impact assessment evidence I prepare is really just a more detailed explanation of the conclusions I reached in my policy paper. I followed the same approach in the recent Glenshero Section 36 inquiry, and what happened there with Keith, the reporter Keith Bray, was it was agreed that my LVIA precognition would just be taken as a written submission, and any matters addressed either in the policy hearing debate or, if necessary, in the closing submissions. So I am happy to have it taken as a written submission. I don't know where that leaves the questions you have, but I am actually perfectly happy with Mr. Thompson's suggestion, and it worked perfectly well for Glenshero and led into the closing submissions without any difficulties. And of course, in that approach, the applicant still has the last word in the closing submissions. So I would be content to accept that, sir.
Okay, that's fine. What we'll maybe do is press on with you at the end of the batting order just now, if you like, or with the assumption that you would be given oral evidence. As we go through the day, I'll just check the questions that we had for you, and perhaps if you're content, if I think they need to be asked, I can ask them, and then if Mr. Thompson feels that they to raise any ask you about, then we can do that. But any such exchange, I wouldn't anticipate taking any great length of time. Does that sound okay to proceed on that basis?
Sir, I'm content with that. I mean, I will be logged on all day and following the proceedings anyway, even if I switch my video off to help with the transmission issues. So I am logged on for the whole day, and I will be here. I see Mr. Thompson also.
Sorry. In my submission, it shouldn't work quite like that. Either Mr. Kelly gives oral evidence or he doesn't. If he does, he will be subject to cross-examination, and you may then ask your questions. But if he rests on his written submissions, then that's his position so far as the inquiry is concerned in relation to this topic. And I'm afraid you wouldn't have an opportunity to ask questions if he declines to give oral evidence and rests on written submissions.
Okay,
I don't mean to be difficult, but if he does give oral evidence, then I would have to cross-examine him.
Okay,
that was what I was trying to avoid, unless it was necessary.
Right. Okay. I'll reflect as we go through the day on the questions we had for him, and whether we feel we're compelled to ask them, and if not, we can just leave it at that. Okay. Thank you. are there any other procedural points before we press on? Okay, we've probably gone beyond my introduction that I was going to make, but just a reminder that as I need to remind you that this session is being recorded and that we need to follow COVID guidelines. So yesterday we completed the evidence from Mr. Welsh. Then we heard the evidence from Ms. Anderson, and as we've just been discussing, Mr. Kelly was good enough to offer to give us evidence last, or not at all, but if so, the graveyard shift. So that would mean today we have Mr. Arecleoch to give his evidence first, Ms. Ellis, Ms. Spence, then Mr. Andrews, and then finally Mr. Stevenson, depending on Mr. Kelly's position. And I gave a reminder on Monday about the purposes and the allowable scope of evidence in chief, cross-examination and re-examination, and I want us to try and follow that discipline. So that would mean, Mr. Arecleoch, you would be first to give evidence today. So your precognition on behalf of the Millwich Community Council is a single page which focuses on the effects of the development of Bar Hill and the Dusk Valley. Now for all this evidence, we'd suggest we just take that as read, but you can read from it if you'd like. That's your prerogative. And also at this stage, in giving evidence in chief, if there's anything in Mr. Welsh's precognition or anything you've heard in the last 2 days which relates to effects on Bar Hill and the Dusk Valley that you want to respond to, then this is your opportunity to do that before Mr. Thompson has the opportunity to cross-examine you. So with that, I'll pass over to you, Mr. Arecleoch. Okay.
I don't propose to read out my whole precognition for this session, but I just might kind of begin by pointing out a couple of things. I don't actually live in Bar Hill or the local area. I don't live in South Ayrshire, in case that's not apparent for everyone. Although I do know the Bar Hill area quite well over a long period. I come to sort of Bar Hill effectively with sort of a fairly fresh pair of eyes, hopefully. I think, listening to the evidence in the last 2 days, certainly, it's just one comes back to one's original observation, which is sort of central to what I've said in precognition, which is really what Carol Anderson was saying yesterday quite a lot of the time, was that really these turbines are too big and they're too close to the valley settlement. I think that has to be the kind of fundamental position here. I've looked at all the wire lines, etc., that have been produced. But the simple fact of the matter is that quite a few of these wireline drawings and visualizations do show, a pretty intrusive visual effect on parts of the village or the valley settlement area. I don't propose to go through the actual ones there, but I mean, the fact that even some of them show that, it really is enough. And as Carol Anderson said yesterday, people walk around, they drive around in their cars. It's not a kind of a static thing. So there will be cumulative visual impact, and that be on kind of at a personal level for many people who live in Bar Hill and that area. So I don't really accept the applicant's arguments on that, on acceptability of the proposal. Could I just go on to make a couple more observations in relation to landscape there, which are additional slightly to my precognition. Coming over to Bar Hill these days, one's very much struck by the fact that huge area of Bar Hill on both sides of the disc, are forested now. I mean, so I have issues with landscape character typology anyway. I might come back to that in a minute. But, you know, it's not really plateau moorland at all, most of it. Once you put afforestation on top of plateau moorland, you radically change it. I mean, it can't really be said that it's plateau moorland. You know, it is basically forestry, which creeps down from the plateau down into the valley. So I think that to me is the sort of background context for this. Whether, you know, one regards mature forestry certainly as mitigating environmental impact is another matter, but the fact that they are 200-meter turbines makes that pretty irrelevant in my view. So yes, I mean, I might just touch on the question of LCTs, because I rather wanted to question or cross-examine, I'm not sure what the term is, Carol Anderson yesterday about this, because basically, you know, from her in 3.3 of her inquiry report, she talks about characteristics of the landscape which in her view reduce sensitivity to wind farm development. And she has listed those characteristics: simple, gently undulating landform with broad, rounded hills and basins, and an expansive scale. Now, to me, that's describing plateau moorland for one. It's not describing plateau moorland with forestry or wind farms. But the basic question there is, you know, how on earth can you see that descriptor as reducing sensitivity? I mean, I just completely fail to see how that can stack up. I mean, what she's describing there is, you know, the expansive scale. In fact, the developer at Arecleoch has used the word openness for the same landscape. You know, I completely fail to see how any structure built in this kind of landscape will be visible for miles and miles and miles, and will be highly conspicuous. In my view, you know, that makes the landscape very sensitive indeed to any structure which is built in it. And that, by the way, that would include forestry, in fact. You know, and my observation in the other side of the watershed is that forestry does have a big effect, you know, on the nature of plateau moorland. Just to add to my earlier remarks. So it's rather a pity that Carol Anderson isn't here today, because I would like to ask her that. Just to follow on from that point, one also notes that the plateau moorland question was pretty central to the Arecleoch 1 inquiry, which I participated in. And one of the reasons why that occurred was that SNH had initially opposed that project simply on the basis of landscape. And they regarded that plateau moorland as being distinctive. And I think Mr. Welsh actually has touched on this on Monday. Regarded that landscape as being distinctive and actually increasingly rare and infrequent as a landscape type. So, you know, SNH seemed to have recognised that landscape type, you know, is, you know, certainly of value, and also by implication quite sensitive. Now, I don't know if there's any point going over the history of the Arecleoch process, but SNH then did backtrack on that observation for the application part of the process.
Sorry, can I intervene? It was maybe a hypothetical question, but I'm not sure there is much point, because we've not got evidence about that, and that's ancient history in one sense.
Well, I did submit, if you would have noticed, I did submit the AIR for Stranach 2 which is on the applicant's hub and on your hub as well, as something which could be referred to. As you say, I haven't raised it yet, no. But I mean, it makes the point that there is, another view of that kind of landscape, which SNH, had got into. And in fact, they reverted to that position for the Stranach 2 process. So, it completely contradicts, again, the view that Carol Anderson took in 3.3 of her inquiry report. So, I don't know, I can't really kind of take this much further, but I mean, it seems to be there's a fairly major issue here with landscape character typology and the way it's being used. And I would submit, which I did submit in the Stranach inquiry, was that there's just really a single criterion in operation here, which is population density. And it's this screen of landscape character typology is really that, and not any more than that. What the judgment criterion is how heavily populated these areas are. That's what it seems to me, anyway. I just wanted to add one more thing, which I wanted to touch on previously, which I've referred to in topic 1 originally, and wanted to kind of raise that with Carol Anderson yesterday as well, and also was not able to do that. With regard to the baseline, as she put it, which seems to be kind of accepted lingua franca. I mentioned the fact that the Stranach had been a long process already, but I think it's right to point out that Stranach 1 is effectively a failed project. I think it would be useful to see landscape architects, showing acknowledgement of that. Likewise, Chermery. That's actually, it's been nearly 3 years now since it was consented. There's no sign of any activity, unless someone knows any better than I do. There's no sign of any activity there. Further south, again in Wigtonshire, Gas Farm was also, acknowledged as a failed project. Larbrax.
Mr. McCoke, can I'm sorry to keep doing this. I don't want to be too restrictive. But what you're talking about here isn't in your recognition, and I'm just looking over at Mr. Thompson. So the difficult can arise is if you as a man shadowed in your recognition, it might have been something that Mr. Thompson would have wanted to ask Mr. Welsh about to get his view, and he can't do that anymore. And so that's the whole point. And you'll have heard him go to the recognitions, I think, of Mr. Kelly and Mr. Stevenson, because he wanted to get Mr. Welsh's view on points. But if you raise matters now, he can't do that. Now, I'm not saying this is a problem, and Mr. Thompson can tell me if he feels disadvantaged by the territory that you're getting into. But this is just a reminder for all of us that what you should be telling me about in your evidence in chief should arise from, at heart, your recognition, albeit informed and updated by what you've heard in the last 2 days. So, but your criticism conceptually of landscape character types, this issue of population density, you're now talking about a wind farm in the Priest and Galloway. None of that is in your recognition. So I'm not prepared for it. I'm not sure Mr. Thompson is. So I don't want to be too restrictive, but you see the difficulty.
Well, I see the difficulty, but I mean, you have said, if there are matters in the last 2 days that I wanted to raise, which actually I did, and I told you that I did, then I think it's fair enough to raise them at some point, and I was not able to do that yesterday. And they all apply to recognition that the background thinking into the project and the way the project is being viewed. I mean, these are all pertinent matters. So, I mean, I in a sense, I do accept your point, but up to a point, because I think, these questions needed to have been raised. In fact, one of them was raised in topic 1, which was the question of the lengthy Stranraer process.
Okay. No, that's fine. But that's topic 1. This is a different topic. That's fine. I mean,
it applies to landscape questions, doesn't it?
Yeah. I mean, that's fine. I'm not, as I say, I don't want to be too. I just want us to all bear in mind that we have a process that we're agreed to. So, for example, your criticism of landscape character typologies, that's not occurred to you in the last 2 days, or indeed since you wrote your precognition. So my point is, if that was something you were going to tell me about, you should have put that in your precognition. That's the whole point of the precognition.
Well, I did actually. Can I just point out that the other precognition which I submitted to you on topic 1, but I also asked whether it could be submitted or rather used again. I mean, I'm not quite sure what the distinction is there. Used again in this topic 2, does actually cover all these points in quite a lot of detail. And you didn't accept that statement, apparently, for topic 1, but I also asked for it to be usable in topic 2. And in fact, all these questions are covered in that submission.
Yeah, I think, and I'll just clarify, I recall Mr. Bukoki asked if you could lodge that topic for this, and we agreed to that. So I can confirm that's correct.
Okay. Thank you. Well, that's fine then, Mr. Bukoki. I've overlooked that, so my apologies. Carry on. But I just think the general point that I want us to restrict ourselves to what we put in our statements of case. But I've been looking at your precognition in preparation for this yesterday, but I hadn't looked at the topic 1, so I do apologise for that.
Okay. Well, I think that basically concludes what I want to say there. But if anyone wants to question me on that, I'm happy to do that. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. We probably just have one question for you, but I'll let Mr. Thompson ask you any questions he wants to before we can come back to that. Thank you, Mr. Thompson.
Mr. McCook, good morning. I understand that you're the chairman of the new Luce Community Council. Is that right?
That's not correct, no. I'm the spokesperson with regard to planning matters, but I'm just a member of the community council. I field those questions.
Could you tell me something about the structure of the community council then, please?
Well, it's a very small community council. It's there's a chairperson. There's the I'm not sure there is a vice chair at the moment. There is a secretary, and that's basically it, really.
Sorry, are there a number of members of the council?
There are, I believe, at the moment there are 9 members of the community council. Yes.
And are you one of them?
Yes.
And are you elected?
Yes.
As the members of the council? Yeah.
Yes. Well.
And just going back over events, I think the community council was originally consulted about this project in the spring or early summer of 2019. Were you aware of that?
Yes, I was, yes.
And at that time, there was no response from the council at all.
Well, just to go over that history, in fact, we did respond to the scoping request, which is possibly the reason why we've been asked to participate here. We did, in fact, we had produced a draft objection to the application itself, but at that time, for a variety of reasons, we couldn't achieve quorum in the community council to go ahead with that. So it's just one of those things which happens. So you obviously wouldn't know that, but I'm just saying, that was our intention. We weren't able to carry that out at the time.
So you eventually got a quorum together and lodged an objection.
No, we didn't.
Do you remember?
No, we didn't.
Sorry.
We didn't. We couldn't do that in time. We had to produce a scoping response, which actually our subsequent response was very, very close to, almost identical. So effectively that they were the one and the same document. But I mean, as far as you're concerned, I mean, we did respond to the scoping request, yes, but we didn't manage to submit an application response in time.
But you're here, so at some stage you lodged an objection late.
No, we simply lodged a scoping response. We weren't able, as I said, we weren't able to produce that at that time.
Well, the scoping response was in relation to the environmental impact assessment, I take it.
I can't remember what the documentation was at the time, but it was, as far as we were concerned, a fairly direct response to the proposal as outlined in the documentation which was available at that time.
After the environmental impact assessment had been carried out, the formal application for consent under Section 36 was duly lodged, and that happened, I think, in the early summer of 2019. And at that stage, the consents unit carried out a consultation exercise, which included, amongst others, your community council. And my understanding is there was no response from the community council at that stage.
Yeah, I think I've just explained that there wasn't, no, because we were not able to get a quorum for that. That's why.
Follow that.
Then it's
here now. So at some stage,
people on holiday, etc., made things very difficult. So,
some stage, the community council became quorate and decided to object to this proposal. Is that correct?
No, this is not correct. Because it was too late, basically. It was too late for us to produce a response for it. The deadline was long past.
But after the deadline had passed, you somehow managed to become involved in the process because you're here today.
And from the scoping response.
Right. So was there a decision by the community council to object to the scoping?
Well, when I can get the scoping report, the response out for you, but I mean, it was, a fairly clear objection to the project. But I mean, obviously written in brief.
What I'm trying to understand, Mr. Arecleoch, is whether the community council ever decided to object to this application.
Well, we had done because the scoping response had been circulated, and all the relevant parties had agreed to the statement we produced.
See, Mr. Bacake, it seems to me that the evidence you're giving is very much your own personal evidence, but you're here under the banner of the Community Council. What I want to know is to what extent your views reflect the views of anybody in New's Community Council.
Yeah, I think would like to respond to that. I'm very clear about that if one produces a draft for any particular application or scoping request or whatever else, I'm very rigorous about that. I have to get a response back from all relevant members of the Community Council before one is in a position to proceed. It's fully consulted. There are normally two people who have conflicts of interest and decline to take part in these exercises. But for the rest of it, it's fully consulted, and I put forward a draft which is completely open for anyone to comment on or request for changes, etc., or object to, whatever. So that's an open process. So it's not really the case, that it's solely my own personal viewpoint. These paper responses, they are, they are basically Community Council productions, and I'm very, very clear about that.
Well, Mr. Bacake, I could understand your position if you could point to a decision by the Community Council to oppose this application. I could understand it if you had shown any of your recognitions to the Community Council before giving them to this inquiry. But it seems to me that the inquiry has no idea.
If I interject there, actually, I did do that. As part of that process, my participation was fully agreed by the Community Council. The Community Council was made aware of the positions that I produced, and I would always circulate those questions.
Mr. Bacake, you told me a minute ago that there hadn't been a quorum of the Community Council to decide whether to object to this application. Is that correct or not?
Well, I think I just, this is the same ground again. We're going around in circles here, if I may observe, actually.
I wonder if I can interject, sorry, just for clarity. Yeah, we do, you're right, Mr. Bacake, we do seem to go around in circles. How I've understood your explanation, and if this helps, is that back at scoping, the Community Council responded when it came to an objection, you weren't, or at the time when it came to consultation, you weren't queried. The view was taken that we're going to object, but you couldn't do that because you weren't queried. The application was subsequently refused. I haven't had a chance to check this morning exactly. But the Community Council, as someone who had been involved in the past, would have got a letter from the EPA saying there is an objection. We have now an inquiry. Do you or do you not wish to participate? And at that point, the Community Council presumably said, yes, you do wish to participate, and we take it from there. So it's maybe the focus. I wonder whether Mr. Thompson is asking about that second part of the process. What happened once the Community Council got the letter saying, do you wish to participate? And I don't know if focusing on that, since then is what we're interested in.
There again, that would have been discussed in a Community Council meeting, on the recommendation of the chairman. Actually, who's always, by the way, closely involved in all of this. So on the recommendation of the chairman, we had decided that we would participate. And we were invited to participate on from my understanding, on the strength of the scoping response, as I've said before.
I'm obliged to. What I'm trying to find out, Mr. Bacoke, is why the Community Council decided to object to this application and why you're here giving evidence on their behalf. What were their reasons for objecting?
I believe, Mr. Thompson, I've answered those questions. To the best of my ability.
Can you show me a minuted decision of the Community Council with reasons?
I could show you minutes, I could show you copies of emails, all sorts of things. I could obviously do that. But I would point out, that the Community Council, is sort of an oral gathering, and we make decisions, and we obviously raise hands and we discuss things. And this is not necessarily minuted in detail, and the decision is a discussional one. So, I mean, obviously, if you really request that, I could do so, but obviously I can't do that now. Probably take a couple of weeks to do that.
Well, I would be grateful if you could do that. But looking at your topic 2 paper, it seemed to me that your concern is principally for the residents of Bar Hill. Now, Bar Hill has its own community council, and they have lodged an objection. They lodged it in 2 stages. At first, they said that they weren't sure whether to object or not, because they didn't know what the strength of feeling in the community was. They knew that some people were against the project and some supported it because of the interests of local business and so on. So they did a postal ballot of the community, and they gauged the strength of feeling, and having done that, they decided to lodge an objection. Now, what I want to know from you, representing New Luce Community Council, is how the reporters are meant to know whether the views that you're expressing at this inquiry represent to any extent the views of any members of the New Luce community.
You need to distinguish between community and community council. I mean, which one are you asking, if I may ask?
Well, I perhaps naively assumed that the community council was meant to represent the views of its community.
Yes.
Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
So if the community council is going to make an objection to a project like this, it might be expected, like what Bar Hill Community Council did, they sounded the views of the community to be sure that the actions that the community council took fairly reflected the wishes of the members of the community. Now, did you do that?
It's not
a public meeting, a postal ballot, anything of that nature.
It's not generally our practice. I mean, can I just say that this last year, 2020, we've been inundated with applications and scoping responses to deal with. We couldn't possibly ballot the whole community on every single one. We couldn't possibly do that. And anyway, when we have done that in the past, we've had a fairly feeble response. And it's difficult to get, whether people object or not. It's some, excuse me. Whether people object or not. I mean, we haven't found this a very fruitful and productive exercise. But as I said, we can't possibly do that kind of consultation every single time. We just cannot do it, and I would suggest that the majority of community councils, have to proceed on the kind of basis that I've been outlining. We are representative of the community. We regard that as being, something we take, and apart from 2 people out of the 9 who have conflicts of interest. The rest, we really nearly always, in fact, always achieve, a consensus on that. So if you take, that group the group of 7 as being representative, then that is a representative position.
Would you agree with me that the principal concern that you express in your landscape and visual recognition, your topic 2 paper, concerns the effect of this proposal on the residents of Bar Hill? That they have their own community council. They have their own community council.
So I realise that. Yes.
And there's no obvious reason why the residents of New Luce Community Council area are directly affected by the issues that you raise in your topic 2 paper.
Well, I mean, the fact that we were asked for a scoping response, that obviously is relevant to our area, and as has been outlined several times. In fact, more than several, a lot of times in the last 2 days. These impacts reach down into Dumfries and Galloway. So that's we haven't been asked, for example, to take part in the Clochery exercise at all, and that would be I would presume largely because it's further away and obviously less relevant to us. But the fact of the matter is that the Arecleoch, itself is highly visible from the Dumfries and Galloway side, and the extension obviously does have an impact, and that's been acknowledged. So I mean, but my can I just finish? My obviously, acting obviously in support of the people of Bar Hill and the Disk Valley, yes. And I've had no indication whatsoever that in that respect that there is widespread support for the project, your project, in Bar Hill or the Disk Valley. So that's a kind of admittedly as a presumption, but it's also one has to follow perspective of the Dumfries and Galloway side, our community area. So it's not entirely that.
Is it the position that New Luce Community Council is simply showing solidarity with Bar Hill Community Council?
That would be a general perception, yes.
And you explained that New Luce Community Council area is in fact in Dumfries and Galloway.
Yes.
And you were aware, I take it, that Dumfries and Galloway Council were consulted on this proposal?
I would presume that they would have been, yes. Presume that they would have been. They may not have chosen to respond. I'm not aware of that.
They did choose to respond. And I wonder if we could look at CD 2.7, which is the response from Dumfries and Galloway Council.
I'm sorry, I've not read this document.
I'm sorry, you're not?
I have not read this document.
Well, I'll read you a paragraph of it and ask you if you agree with it or not. Paragraph 4.4, in their response, they deal with the question of landscape and visual impact. And they say, the proposed extension of the existing Arecleoch wind farm itself through the addition of 13 further turbines is not considered to have any notable effect on the interests of Dumfries and Galloway Council in terms of visual or landscape impact by virtue of the site's distance from the region, the extension's relationship to other wind farms in the vicinity, namely Arecleoch, Galloway and others, the intervening topography and the amount of forestry in the area. Do you agree with that reasoning?
No, I don't. I may say that we have recently disagreed with Dumfries and Galloway Council on other matters as well. And in fact, one of the principal ones is the question of landscape character type. And we, fundamentally disagree with what's set out in the landscape capacity study produced by Dumfries and Galloway.
Is the opposition of your community council to this proposal generally?
Sorry, I'm not understanding what your question is.
Is the community council opposed to this or consent for this development being granted?
I think we've been over that ground before, and I've answered, as I've said, to the best of my ability.
The answer is yes.
Those questions, I don't know what you're asking here.
Well, I was trying to take it one step at a time, and I wanted to...
You've asked those questions before, and I've answered them.
No, with respect, I was asking this time whether the community council was opposed to the principle of this application being granted. I think the answer is yes.
Well, that would be the case, yes.
And then trying to break it down to find the community council's reasons for wanting it refused. Is their principal reason landscape and vision? Or do they have other reasons?
The principal reason, as has been discussed in community council meetings quite a bit recently, and in fact, one member, not myself, one member asked everyone to agree, which everyone did, in fact, that we do not want any more wind farms in our area. That's the fundamental position of the community council, and that obviously would extend to surrounding areas which would be visible from our community area, and also the fact that quite a lot of members of the community, farmers particularly, would use the Bar Hill Road quite a bit. So that's an access corridor which is frequently used. So people, are, it's not just, residences sitting in the kind of community area. It is in fact perceptions by traveling people, about the wider context of that community area. The fundamentals, come back to it again, the fundamental point is that, that's our position. We don't want any more wind farms.
You've made that very clear, Mr. Bacote. What I was wondering finally was whether that opposition to wind farms was because of the effect they had within your community council area, or because residents within your community council were travelling out with that area where they would see the existing wind farm and the proposed extension.
Well, I mean, I think, as I've just said, people are not static entities. Everybody travels around because it's a remote rural area. Everybody has to travel around to go shopping or whatever else. So, people, everyone travels along these roads and they see what they see. So I can't really see how you can make the distinction between, static residences and residents, who live in those places, but also move about. I can't see how you can make the distinction there.
Well, I was wondering if you would point to any resident within the New Luce Community Council area who would be able to see the proposed extension.
Probably. I mean, I'm just trying to think whether there would be. I mean, whether Miltonis might be able to see it. I would suspect. In fact, I think they probably would actually.
I'm not aware of any at the moment.
That's quite a ways down in the moorland. So, I mean, it wouldn't be a question which would occur to me. No, actually.
And you said, I think, that you would be able to produce a minuted decision of the community council in relation to the response to the scoping opinion. Will you be able to produce that
Well,
within a week or two?
I would hope so. Yes, but these things can be difficult to get hold of, and it assumes that everything has been accurately minuted, which is not always the case. I will endeavour to do that for you.
Grateful, Mr. Piquet. Thank you for your assistance. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Bacote, I would only add one question in relation to your recognition for this session. Bear with me till I find that. Yeah, you focus. So just to pick out the fifth paragraph of it, have you got your recognition in front of you? Sorry, I should have asked that.
Yes, I have. Yes.
So that fifth paragraph says, if one were to pick out one dimension only of this proposal, and it goes on, and you talk about the obvious remedy of moving the offending 5 turbines. Now, it's not to say that that's an option here, but I had understood your position to be that, or at least there's a suggestion there that the development might be acceptable if those 5 turbines closest to the valley, what had been omitted from it, and the application had been, what would that be, for 8 turbines? But then you just said there in response to Mr. Thompson that the Community Council's position is they don't want any more wind farms, so therefore my question's probably been overtaken. Is that right?
Well, I think that the paragraph that you're referring to, obviously, that action would make it more acceptable. I mean, it doesn't, make it completely acceptable in my view, but it would obviously help. That's the context in which I wrote that paragraph. But that was thinking from the Bar Hill residents' point of view, the solidarity point of view. That's not really thinking from the community, New Luz Community Council point of view, who would still rather there weren't any. But and that was obviously would be a measure that the applicant could take to help deal with the problem from the Bar Hill point of view. That's the context I meant that. One of solidarity there rather than solely from the New Luz point of view.
Okay, right. So I can see the distinction there. That would make it, in your view, less objectionable in terms of the effects on Bar Hill and the Dusk Valley, but it wouldn't resolve that more general concern from the community. Okay, just bear with me 2 seconds. Just looking again at your topic 1 paper to see if there was any questions I was going to ask you about that. So you did rightly remind me that.
I have it right.
Yeah. Okay. I'll just be a minute. Yes, okay. So actually, there was one question I was going to ask you about that, and it's not necessarily a line from it, but it's relevant to what you set out there, and it's this idea of cumulative impacts, and you might have heard the discussion about methodology for those and comparing them against the current baseline of wind farms in the landscape consented and operational. But Mr. Welsh explained that part of the cumulative process is also, or one other way of doing it is to think about the total cumulative effect of all wind farms in the landscape. So including the baseline, if you like. And I kind of take it from reading that paper that your view would be it's the second thing which is the most important. It's the total cumulative effects that we should be giving more weight to, rather than the additional cumulative effects of this. This scheme. Is that fair?
If you recall, I mean, I did raise this question on Monday, didn't I? And I said, you know, there are two sides to this, and I can see, you know, the point of view that, you know, if there are many wind farms, then, you know, one extra wind farm seen against it, you know, that effect does become slightly diminished. I can see that point of view. But, you know, that doesn't take account of, you know, people who live in these areas all the time and see these extra wind farms as, you know, yet more, you know, and actually, as I've said, I'm very aware of that. So, you know, and I think, as I said on Monday, as far as I could see, these two positions were in opposition to each other. And, you know, noticed yesterday there was the use of this term susceptibility was raised by Mr. Welsh. You know, this is, you know, adding yet another layer of complexity and another word added to all this. You know, contradiction between these two positions. Susceptibility was used. I think Carol Anderson also commented on that in relation to, you know, one particular viewpoint where the new turbines would be seen against a backdrop of existing turbines. So obviously there might be contexts like that where that kind of observation might be appropriate. This is you know, the point that I was making. But other people, you know, seeing these projects in the round, you know, traveling around, seeing them around as a three-dimensional thing, are almost certainly not going to see it that way. As you say, are, you know, part of a total accumulation. So the positions contradict each other, really.
No, thank you. That's fine. I think, yes, I mean, I'd understood that to be your position, and I think I cut you off because you were expressing that rather than, I think it was the same time when you were to be asking a question. So that, and you said, well, I'll come back to it later. That's part of the reason why I wanted to ask you, just so as it was clear. But that's fine. That's what I understood your position to be anyway. So I don't think we have any more questions of you. So that takes us to the re-examination stage. I know this is slightly odd for you and for others because you don't have an advocate to do that. But in the light of the questions from Mr. Thompson and from myself, is there anything further on those points which you want to add before we move on to Ms. Ellis's evidence?
Forgive it, we didn't hear you. You were on mute.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Bacoke.
Yes,
it's 11 o'clock. We could take a short break just now to allow you to reflect on that, if that would be helpful.
I just really need to read through that topic one again, really. It's just, I mean, I don't think there's much to add, but I'd just like to be certain of that, if I may. So if you could give me 5 minutes.
Yeah. Absolutely. No, that's fine. It's a good time to take a break. So if we come back at 11:05, and as I say, it's just if anything just coming back on what we've been discussing over the last half an hour or so, that's for that purpose. Thank you very much.
David, before we start, Miss Ellis, you mentioned about your flickering. I'm finding your screens flickering in and out. I don't know whether others are as well. If it's just me, that's fine. I can cope with that. But is everybody else okay with it? That's good. It just must be the connection between you and me then. But that's fine.
I was noticing that when Mr. Coke moved, it seemed to as though Harriet's screen was reflecting Mr. McCoke's movements. He just looked at his copy and Harriet's screen sort of flashed in front of her. I think that's what it is.
Well, could I just add, I'm also seeing Harriet's screen flickering as well. So it's not just local.
Should I turn it off? Would that be better?
Might be better.
Thank you. Yeah. David, unmute yourself, please.
Okay, thank you. I'm getting worse at that rather than better. Mr. McCoke, yeah, so sorry, you're grabbing a quick snack. That's absolutely fine. It's hungry work. So there was a couple of things. Mr. Thompson had asked you about a documentation or a minute of the community council agreement. I mean, we hadn't sought that, and I don't want to make a big thing of it. If you provide it, it could just be lodged as a document, and I wouldn't anticipate we take it any further than that. But that's fine if that helps clarify a question that Mr. Thompson had. Then that's good.
Well, I'll certainly have a look for it. I can't guarantee that question might have been minuted in any detail, but I'll certainly look for. I'll ask rather the person who takes the minutes if they've got a record of that.
Okay, that's fine, and we do understand, how it works at community council level in terms of, people are all volunteers doing other things. You made the point that you're busy with lots of applications, and that's fine. It's understood. So as for re-examination, yes, just keeping it to what we've just been discussing this morning. Is there anything that came up in those discussions that you wanted to respond to before we move on?
Sorry, are you addressing me or?
No, that's to you. I can't ask any more questions. Neither can Mr. Thompson. So that's why I don't want us to go into a different territory. But it's just a response. You recall Mr. Thompson taking Mr. Welsh back over some of the evidence at the end of his session. So it's just your response. If you've been asked questions by Mr. Thompson about, for example, the community council's process, its view on wind farms, and you responded. But further to those points, is there anything you weren't asked about in that area that you still want to say now?
Just two things, really. Just firstly on what I understand to be the nature of a representation, and I'm sure Mr. Stevenson at present who would understand that as well. If you elect somebody to represent you, you can't expect to be totally involved in everything that they will be involved in. That's not what it's about. As far as community council operations are concerned, I mean, other people don't obviously take the time to read through all these lengthy documents, etc., and they have to rely on someone like me who's prepared to do it. And so, obviously, the positions that arise from those readings would tend to be, at a level of detail, beyond local people's sort of, things that they're interested in. That'll be in the nature of it, but that it all goes back to the nature of representation. So that would be my overall response to that. But I think I may respond. You asked me whether I had anything more to say about my topic 1, the landscape character type and cumulative effect. I don't really have anything more in detail to say about that, but I just wanted to sort of go over the main reason for that, which is asking for, to me anyway, a slightly higher standard of argument here, with regard particularly to those two matters which have come to the fore quite recently. Certainly the baseline question. I have complained in the past that these kind of things tend to get used selectively, and I would ask for that not to be done. That's really what that submission was about, really. I don't think I've got any more points to add, actually.
Okay, thank you. So you said there at the start that you two things. So there was the point about the nature of being a representative of someone, which I know and understand, and then you took us back there to the main point from topic paper statement 1. Okay, that's fine. Thank you very much, Mr. McCoke. Thank you. Ms. Ellis, I can't see you for the moment, but I hope you can still hear me. Are you ready to give? I think I should better just check, but I think you're next up. Are you ready to give your evidence?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, bear with me a second. Okay, so you provided a detailed statement of case akin to the inquiry reports of Mr. Welsh and Ms. Anderson, and then subsequently a precognition. Now again, I propose that we take that as read, but you can read from it if you prefer. And your evidence covers a range of matters, most or all of which came up in the discussions this week. So I would say the same thing as I did to Mr. McCoke. If there's anything in Mr. Welsh's precognition or that you've heard this week that you want to respond to relative to those matters, then this is your chance to do so in giving evidence in chief. And after that, then Mr. Thompson will have a chance to ask questions of you. So over to you, Ms. Ellis.
Thank you. I'm a local resident, and as I said in my main statement and precognition, I freely admit is somebody not hearing me?
Mr. Thompson wants to come in.
Yeah, thank you. I'm sorry, sir. I didn't appreciate that the proposal was that Miss Ellis's camera should be off while she was giving evidence. It seems to me that it's undesirable that we shouldn't be able to see her, and particularly when I come to cross-examination. It's very difficult for me to appreciate whether we're looking at the right documents and so on if I can't see her. And perhaps at this stage, it's more important than that the four of us, that the two reporters, Miss Ellis and myself, should be live, that anyone else might be muted, as it were, in an attempt to get the optimum transmission amongst the four of us.
Yeah, I mean,
just for this stage.
Yeah, I can turn my camera off as well, so it would just be the three of you. If that helps.
Okay, let's try that. Mr. Stevenson, can you turn your camera off, please, and we'll, for the time being, and Ms. Ellis, you're flickering a bit, but I tend to agree with Mr. Thompson. It's probably better for the three of us that we can all see each other, even if it's imperfect to a certain degree. Although the main thing is that we can hear you. If you carry on, then Ms. Ellis.
Okay. Yes, I'm not a qualified, not qualified to assess landscape issues, obviously, and the points I addressed are solely my own observations on what I feel would be the impact of this development on the local area. My opinions and statement are my own. I've had no input from anybody else. I'll largely let my statement and precognition speak for themselves, and I broadly agree with South Ayrshire Council's objection and Ms. Anderson's statement and her comments during the inquiry. But I'd like to just bring up a few points. I recognise, of course, that renewable energy is essential to reduce carbon emissions and CO2 if climate change is to be tackled, but it shouldn't be at the expense of Scotland's landscape and the natural environment. Some sort of balance has to be reached. I'd like to reinforce I have a major concern about the number of large-scale wind farms of the new massive 200-metre turbines that are proposed to be built in this corner of South Ayrshire. I regard this height as only suitable for offshore wind farms, so they're seen at a distance of about 30 to 40 miles, not like 3 or 4 kilometres. New technology has meant that offshore generation is now reliable and the price competitive. The pressure from developers here is still huge, and there are so many in the pipeline now that if they were built, they'd become a dominant feature of our upland landscape. And we'd be threatened with the prospect of much of this part of southern Ayrshire becoming a wind farm landscape rather than a landscape with wind farms, which I think Ms. Anderson said yesterday. I feel very strongly that as much as possible of our beautiful countryside should be protected, especially in the parts known as South Ayrshire's scenic area. I know it's being renamed and redesignated, but it's in danger of being reduced little by little, with unspoilt areas becoming fewer and fewer. Specific to this case, my worry is that the size of these turbines is so much greater than any that have been built onshore, at least in this area anyway. I don't know if they're the first in the country. They're about a third or 3/4 again taller than the height of the present Arecleoch turbines, which are already very tall at 118 metres. Being 200 metres, they would be overpowering in scale in relation to the neighbouring turbines, as well as to natural features of the landscape, such as trees and so on. Planning guidance states that they should be set well back onto the plateau moorland to avoid intrusion on adjacent smaller scale valleys and glens, which I don't think these are. If these extremely tall ones were to be permitted to be built here, then in future, the present Arecleoch turbines would likely also be permitted to reach back 200 metres. I know this isn't relevant strictly to this case, but it would set a precedent, I think, making more turbines visible from places like Binbury and Bar Hill and the local roads. This incremental increase in number and size bit by bit encroaches on the valley edges until it becomes in danger of becoming a new landscape character type category, valley edged by wind farms. Although the guidance states that if in future ever repowering the Arecleoch turbines to 200 metres, some would require resiting away from the edges of the plateau moorland, if there's a precedent set with this extension, will the guidelines still need to be written again? So The visualizations provided in the LVIA show very clearly the places that would be affected by this huge contrast in height and consequent increased visibility. The few I picked to demonstrate this, viewpoint 14 from Noctolion has been commented on earlier by Mr. Kelly and others. And so I know you referred yesterday, Mr. Liddell, to the viewpoint D, but if I could just bring it up once more, it's the viewpoint from the minor road north of Colmanel. And if I could just look again at the lightened image of the nighttime photo montage, because it shows the dramatic contrast in scale of the proposed new turbines. It's core document CD 19.4. I apologize for the rather crude image with me lightening it, with the red light still showing and everything, but they were difficult to remove. But though the present Arecleoch wind farm is visible, it appears distant and relatively small in scale, but the new far taller turbines on the left look like giants on the hill, apparently from this view twice their height and dwarfing everything around them, towering over the wee valley below them. Mr. Welsh said yesterday that he disagreed with my statement that they would completely dominate the view. But they're so large and prominent on the opposite hill that they'll completely draw the eye, and for me at any rate, will dominate the view. From this point where the photograph was taken, you dip down a little bit where they probably go out of sight down to the burn, then you rise up again, and then you're on the corner there in the middle of the photograph, all the way down the hill to the Stincher Valley. I think they'll be dominating the view, definitely. A similar impression to this, the one seen in this photograph, would be had from much of the southeastern part of the coastal foothills, all along the side of the valley from Belhammy Hill, Clackendon Hill, Garner Burn, Craig and Bargain Hills. They'll look extremely tall. The other one I was going to bring up, I don't think we need to look at the picture. Scottish Power very kindly provided a wireline of the viewpoint just near Pinbury, just north of the village at Pinbury, where at present no turbines are to be seen at all. But I feel that because they introduce a new element to the landscape at that point, they will have a significant effect on the view looking down the valley to Noctolion. And I would have said that it's hard to tell from the ZTV maps and even from the route analysis maps exactly how visible they'll be through the village of Pinbury, because the maps are so poor in detail, but it looks as though they're visible through the village of Pinbury also. I could be corrected on that. Viewpoint 2, the core path is also very badly affected, as I said in my statement.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Ellis. Mr. Thompson, we probably have some questions depending on what Mr. Thompson takes you to, but it's at this point I'll pass over to him for cross-examination. Mr. Thompson.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, Ms. Ellis.
Good morning. Good morning.
I appreciate the deeply held concerns you have, and especially the amount of work that you've done to inform your views and to assist the inquiry through the preparation of all these documents. They make it much easier for all the parties to the inquiry, particularly Mr. Welsh, to understand the points that are concerning you. I take it you will have heard his evidence yesterday. He's been able to consider the points that you've raised, and he's addressed them in his evidence. It seems to be pretty clear that he hasn't changed his view on certain opinions, despite having considered your evidence. Would you be satisfied that where there are differences of opinion between you and Mr. Welsh, that those are outstanding issues that will have to be resolved by the reporters?
Yes, yes.
There are, however, one or two more factual issues that remain, and there are a couple of questions or matters that I'd like to raise with you, which don't impinge on your direct differences of opinion with Mr. Welsh. And the first of those is the cumulative impact issue. And you were saying just now that you agreed with Carol Anderson's approach yesterday, that whatever the rules, you couldn't ignore the fact that there were other applications in the pipeline. What I just wanted to discuss with you was the sheer practicalities of doing this, because for an applicant like the present applicant, there really has to be a cut-off date for assessing other proposals. Someone might have an idea, they might ask for a scoping opinion, it might never come to anything. So one has to think about exactly what it is that needs to be cumulatively assessed by an applicant. And the rule at the moment seems to be that an applicant looks at the projects that have actually been constructed and are operational, also the consented ones, which may or may not come to fruition, and the prior in date outstanding applications. And that gives a reasonable degree of certainty that any applicant knows what has to be assessed. No cumulative impact is left out of consideration because subsequent applications will have to consider the prior applications. The danger I would suggest in your and Ms. Anderson's approach would be that there's total uncertainty about the other proposals that are out there. So there's an uncertainty issue. And there's the difficulty of actually assessing them when you don't have an application necessarily, or even if you do have an application, it may have emerged at such a late stage in your process that you might be, as we are, at inquiry. And if someone lodged a fresh application this afternoon, this whole proceeding would have to come to a halt. There'd have to be a new chapter of the environmental impact assessment, consultation exercises, and it would delay projects almost indefinitely. Indeed, it would only take a succession of expressions of interest in the sense of scoping opinions to obstruct projects from proceeding. Can I just ask you, first of all, whether you appreciate the reasons for the rule that we're working with at the moment?
Yes, I understand.
And it's the best that one can do to follow the approach at the moment where each applicant cumulatively assesses what has gone before, including the prior and date applications, and that one has regard to the fact that there may well be other applications following, but that they're not of sufficient detail to be included in any detailed landscape and visual impact assessment. Does that seem fair?
Yes, I understand that. Yeah, I just thought the reporters should be aware.
So the reporters will be aware that in this general neck of the woods, there's development pressure for wind farms. But it's difficult to be any more precise than that.
Yes.
Thank you. And then another fairly factual but not simple matter is the question of aviation lighting. And I wonder if you could look with me, please, at table 3 in Mr. Welsh's inquiry report. It's at page 53 in his report. I think it's CD 15.26. Oh no, it's not.
It's 15.23, if that helps.
15.23, I'm allowed to say. And at page 53 in paragraph 10.18, there's a table setting out various turbine lighting mitigation options. And the first one is the one that we've heard some evidence about, the reduced intensity option. Is this something that you've read and are familiar with?
No, I'm not, and I can't get it to work on the computer, I'm afraid. I don't know why. The core document is not coming up. Sorry.
Are you with me in the report, and have you found table 3?
No, I can't find table 3. That's what I'm looking for.
15.23 is Mr. Welch's inquiry report. And at paper page 53 in paragraph 10.18, there's a little text and then a table which goes on for a couple of pages.
My the documents just aren't coming up. I'm really sorry.
Don't worry.
I've got them on the widget in the computer. I've forgotten its name, and they were working. But you better just tell me what's in the document. Sorry.
Well, I mean, if you'd like a minute to work the memory stick,
The memory is
that's not a problem. Confess I like the reassurance of a memory stick.
See, on the memory stick, they're not named. The CD numbers.
I think if you use 15 as the entry point.
Yeah, I've got 15. Then all you get is evidence hearing statement. Let's look at that.
I think it's the ones that are lodged on the 8th of January 21. If you open that.
I'm unable to open them. I'm sorry.
In that case, I'll read it to you.
Yes.
Essentially, this table sets out 4 mitigation options. And the first one is called reduce intensity of lights from 2000 candela to 200. And under the heading how it works, it tells us that already provided for in CAA guidance, 2000 candela aviation lights may be dimmed to 10% of their intensity, which is 200 candela, where visibility conditions permit, when visibility for every turbine within the wind group is more than 5 kilometers. And my understanding of that is that if visibility is more than 5 kilometers, you're allowed to dim the 2000 to 200 candela. And we had evidence that there's some sort of sensor mounted nearby which detects whether visibility is at that level more than 5 kilometers and automatically dims. But if the sensor detects that visibility has dropped below 5 kilometers, it switches on to the higher 2000 intensity. And Mr. Welsh's evidence was that where the research had indicated that for approximately 90% of the time, visibility was likely to be beyond 5 kilometers. So that for only 10% of the time, it would be necessary to operate at the full 2000 candela. And of course, at that time, there would be poor visibility, which would affect the visibility of the lights anyway. And then it goes on to explain visibility conditions are measured using a visibility sensor, which can then be dimmed automatically to respond to prevailing meteorological conditions. 2000 candela lights will therefore only be experienced in visibility of less than 5 kilometers, and their intensity would be dimmed to 200 candela in visibility of more than 5 kilometers. Just what I was suggesting. And then in the column headed current status, it tells us that this is embedded in development design. In other words, this is technology that exists and has been taken into account in the design of the proposal. And there are drawings, there are plans, particularly, I think, JW1, JW10, which shows that effect in part. But before we look at that, I'd like to go on to the second mitigation measure, which is called directional intensity. And there, how it works, established in ICAO guidance, which is CD 10.3, this focuses the 2000 candela lighting in the horizontal plane, plus or minus a few degrees, and reduces the intensity of the light from above and from below the horizontal plane. Most current aviation light models on the market will incorporate this standard. For example, the Lux Solar Medium Intensity Obstruction Light and the Obelux Medium Intensity Red Obstruction Light. And in the status column, it tells us that this is development design also. So this is factored into the proposal as it stands. And if you're able to look at Appendix 2 to Mr. Welsh's report, which you may not be able to, it contains a picture of the beam. And it shows a long, narrow beam protruding on either side of a turbine. And the point, as I understand it, is that that narrow beam is sufficient for approaching aircraft to see it. But it means that anybody below the beam won't see it. Conversely, anybody directly above the beam won't see it either. But presumably, if an aircraft was directly above it, it would be too late to be warned of its presence. That's the thinking behind it being a roughly horizontal beam. And that, of course, has the effect of reducing visibility from a number of locations. And JW10, which I think you may have to hand, we were just about to look at it.
Mm-hmm.
It has concentric circles around the site and different color zones, which one can see described in the key at the side. And as we understand from Mr. Welsh so far, the white areas are the areas where one won't see the light at all. And in the pale yellow and ascending orders, one will see the light, but at a reduced intensity, so that only in the purple areas will one see it at the full either 200 or 2000 intensity, depending on weather conditions. And the other thing that we know from this drawing in the notes is that this is only taking account of the effect of the beam, not of the distance. So the further one is away, the greater the diminution of the impact of the light will be. So I wondered if you had had a chance to read that and look at JW10 to appreciate the steps that were being proposed to reduce the impact of the aviation lighting, and also to appreciate the significance of the areas that would be protected by it. As Ms. Anderson said yesterday, it's still difficult to go and actually see one in the field at the moment. But from a theoretical point of view, this seems to paint a picture which shows that the mitigation measures would have considerable effects. And in particular, some of the more sensitive areas would be completely protected. Is this something that you've got to grips with so far?
Yes, I've understood all that. Yes. I think her idea of having a test light on a turbine would be very helpful.
Then going back to the table, there are two other mitigation measures suggested. The first, and I'm not sure that I need to read it, is a transponder system whereby all aircraft will have a transponder fitted, which can be recognized by the turbine. And if the turbine detects an aircraft coming into a substantial area of influence, it will turn the light on. So, for example, if it's a long-haul passenger jet aircraft passing by 5,000 feet, it won't turn the light on. But if there is a small private aircraft, much, I think, if an aircraft, or a small private aircraft much lower, that might be affected by the turbines, the lights will be switched on for it in plenty of time. I think it's a 4-kilometer area that's protected. Now, that we've heard is technology that isn't yet in place because it requires Civil Aviation Authority approval and various other procedural steps. But Mr. Welsh's evidence yesterday was that was technology that ought to be in place in 4 to 5 years, which in the life of the construction of a wind farm is not that far away by the time a farm is consented and becomes operational. And there's a proposed condition.
Sorry, can I just what I heard Mr. Welsh say was that it would be capable of being deployed in 2025, not in place.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
I'm sorry. What you said, Mr. Welsh there was talking about this technology that ought to be in place by 2025. I think what I heard him say is capable of being deployed by 2025.
Again, I'm said that it wouldn't be deployed until 2025.
Sorry, we may be having connection problems. I thought I heard Mr. Welsh say that the phrase he used was that it would be capable of being deployed, or should be capable of being deployed in 2025, not that it ought to be in place.
I'm sorry. I'm very grateful. The reporter's recollection is clearly more precise than mine was. Against that background, it's proposed to have a condition that obliges the applicant to use, in effect, the best available technology so that when it is available, it will be used. So hopefully would be a progression from mitigation measures 1 and 2 to mitigation 3, a transponder system when it was available. It being accepted, of course, that until that happens, mitigation measures 1 and 2 will be relied upon. And that's why the applicant has been at pains to demonstrate how effective those mitigation measures 1 and 2 would be. And then there's a fourth mitigation measure, which again is being consulted upon, and it involves, as I understand it, having effectively the cardinal points around the wind farm illuminated to the required standard, but not the ones in the middle, so that there's a protective warning diamond shape. But that too is subject to approval and isn't there yet. Would, first of all, the transponder system meet your concerns?
Yes, I suppose that's a suitable solution to the problem.
And would mitigation measures 1 and 2, the shaped beam and the reduction in intensity, depending on weather conditions and visibility, at least reduce your concerns?
Yes, it's very hard to tell without, I haven't seen any turbines lit at night, and so I wouldn't like to make any judgments on that. But I understand the principle that it's a very narrow beam and that it's not good, means it probably won't be seen at close range. But the further away you are, obviously towards the dark sky park and the wildland area, it will be seen. That's the whole point of it. The higher ground, it will be seen. So until there's a demonstrated example, I don't see how one can make a judgment.
Thinking about the dark sky park, we understand that there are, I think, 11 particular viewing locations which are accessible by car and have parking facilities. And they're all marked on JW10. And without exception, they're in white areas. So there should be no visibility of the proposed turbine lighting from any of the designated viewing locations. It would only be the more intrepid venturing away from those locations who would be troubled by the light at all. And then it would be at a distance of at least 20 kilometers.
Well, it's a big park, and people are going to walk about on it wherever they wish. And if they go a bit higher up the hill, not right to the top of the Merrick, but even on the lower slopes, you start to see the lighting become visible. So I agree that the viewing points aren't inside of the site, but people may wish to go to other areas too.
Is the idea of going to a dark sky park that one goes in full moonlight or on nights when there isn't moonlight?
I think both, as far as I understand. You can still see the stars when the moon's out.
Do you think it would be safe to assume that the majority of people going to the dark sky park to benefit from the dark sky would be likely to go to the designated viewing locations, and the minority would
I've
wander
no,
free?
yes, I've no idea, but I can imagine there'd be a lot of people who are quite adventurous and want to explore the hills, and I can imagine people wanting to do some nighttime exploring into other parts of the park.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ellis. I have no further questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Thompson. I'm mindful of what Mr. Kelly said about how tiring these can be. So we could stop for lunch now, but I think maybe what I'm going to suggest is we have a short break. Ms. Ellis, I'll have a look again at our questions and see if there's any that still remain to ask you. And then after that, we would move on to the next witness. So can we just take, and then I won't detain everyone long before we stop for lunch. So maybe we can just take another 5-minute break just now, if that's suitable, and resume again at 12:05, if that's okay. Thank you. Ms. Ellis, are you back with us yet?
Hello?
Hello. Okay, are we ready to start back again? Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. I just wanted to check with you. You were struggling to access documents. Is that the position? You can't call up any documents?
I'll just try one now. That one's come up. So it seems to be working at the moment.
Okay, we'll see how we go on. There's not a lot of questions, and I don't have a lot of documents to take you to by any means. But, the first one is one that Mr. Thompson was referring to, and it was Mr. Welsh's inquiry report. But we probably don't need to. We can open it if you want, but I can just read out a little bit from it or summarise it. I don't need to dwell on it too long. It's 6.1 of his inquiry report. He lists the 4 key landscape and visual considerations, and he identifies those based on the difference in opinion between himself and the council, but also the concerns of third parties. And the four matters he raises are visual effects from the development on the Duisk Valley and in Glen Pig, visual impacts on the Duisk Valley and Bar Hill, aviation lighting, and residential amenity at Kilrenzy and Hwebe. And I was going to ask, or presume to a certain extent, that you might add in effects on the Stincher Valley as one of the key matters. Is that fair?
Yes, I just think that they should be considered as well, because it's the point that it's visible in the Stincher Valley is quite a key point at the sort of crossroads of the Disk and the Stincher, where you first enter that lower part of the valley. So I think it is an important part of the valley. I know it's quite a short distance and partly screened in the summer. And also the whole of the north slopes of the valley are badly affected, even if the bottom of the valley isn't.
Okay, that's helpful. Yeah, so your concerns are about the northern slopes of the valley, but also the bit around the confluence between the Stincher and the Duisk.
Yes, and the northern slopes include the Garnerburn Road, viewpoint 10 and viewpoint D.
Yes. So at that point, I was going to ask you about that, and Mr. Thompson took you there, and you saw that photograph, your lightened version of that. I wondered, in your view, we haven't visited that location yet, but we will do so. But in your view, is there a sense of being in the valley, or is the sense there that you're in an upland landscape? What would you say?
Well, where the photograph's taken from, you are on the upland. You sense you're on the top of the hill, certainly. But as you drop down into the valley, from just beyond that point, they'll still be very visible, as can be seen in the lower photograph at viewpoint 10. You feel you're in the valley by the time you get down there.
That's fine. You mentioned also thinking about the northern slopes of the valley, and you mentioned is it the Bargan, Craig Hill, and Prieston Hill. Are these well visited hills by walkers?
Yes, I would say they are. People walk from the Garnerburn Road over the Prieston Hill to go up Knockdoor, which is set further back. There's an old track that takes you across those hills via the Bargain Hill to, I think it's an old coach road, and it's one of the old ways to Girvan from Colmanel that I believe people still use. It's not a track, not a designated, you know, path, but it's a route that walkers know. And the Whithorn Way, I don't know if I mentioned it, I can't remember now, comes from Lendal Foot over the hill to Colmanel, just fairly near that viewpoint that we were looking at. So that would be badly affected too at that point. That's a long distance footpath.
Yes, I saw reference to that in your evidence, and I looked on the mapping. I don't see it in any of the mapping. I may have missed it, but
I know it doesn't seem to appear, but it's well established, and they're a very active group based in Paisley, where the Whithorn Way path starts, and they're fantastic at promoting walks, and particularly well, all down the route, but more and more in this area, because they include Colmanel as a sort of little branch line, and they wrote very recently to say they wanted to do some filming in Colmanel. Sorry, I can't hear you. I'm
sorry, but just so as I understand, the point you were making is that the Whithorn Way is a longer path, a longer route. That there's a segment of it that comes over the hill and down into the valley.
Yes.
Roundabout.
The main route goes over the hill. I think it's the main route. Yes, it is. And then from Colmanel, it goes along to Bar Hill. It's all part of the main route.
Okay, that's fine. And I just wanted to ask you, there was the wireline that was prepared for you at 19.6, CD 19.6, and then you produce a photo at CD 19.7. Do you know, are they in precisely the same place, or are they just in the same general area?
Well, it's impossible to say if it's precisely in the same place, but it's I think it pretty well is. I think they're both taken from just after the bend, where you suddenly see the whole valley spread out before you. And as far as I went back again after I got the wire line to try and make sure that the two were the same, and as far as I could tell, they were. You'd only be a few feet out, you know, 10, 20 feet out, I would have thought.
Okay, that's fine. So I wonder if you do then have access to documents, can we have, and I just want to look at it in one place and then I think we're done. It's CD 6.18, which is the landscape capacity study, which you refer to in your evidence. And that's also going to mean we need to look at your statement of case, but it's probably worth having both of them.
I've got CD 6.18, CD 6.18.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so
I've got that.
Okay, but we've got that. Then can you also then have CD 19.2, which is your statement of case?
Right.
Right. Let me just. Right, so if we go to 3.10 and 3.11, let's start at 3.10 of your statement of case.
Yes.
And there you're quoting from the landscape capacity study, the wind farm landscape capacity study. Now,
yes.
I just want to be clear what paragraph because some of these wordings appear 2 or 3 times depending on the context that you read them in the strategy, the capacity study. So I just want to be clear exactly where those quotes at 310 and 311 are from. And if that's too awkward a question just now, you're not sure, it's okay. But I just wondered if you were able to clarify.
Well, it's in the summary and conclusions at the end of the chapter on the landscape character type 18. I'm sorry, I should have put the reference in.
So is this it's not in the conclusions at the end of the text, at the end of the document, it's in the bit that deals, the text that comes for LCT 18. What I found is it?
Well, I thought it was, but I see it now.
It's fine, Rosella. So if I don't want to detain you too long on it. It just means I can just go away and find the precise quote.
Yes. All right, I'll find it for you and tell you where it was later, at a later date.
Okay, that's fine. Or I may be able to track it down myself. But I just wondered if you were able to point us to it.
Yeah.
Okay, let me just check. But I think that's all the questions that we had. Yes, that's all of them. So then, just as we did with Mr. Bocoke, if there's anything further you want to say about the matters which Mr. Thompson questioned you about, or which I have just done, then this is your chance to do that before we move on.
Thank you. No, I don't have any other things to say about it.
Okay, thank you. Spence, I think you would be next to give evidence, to give your evidence in chief. Are you in a position to do that now, or would you like to break for lunch first? And if Mr. Thompson's got a view on that, then I'm happy to hear it. But Miss Spence, what's your view?
I've been readjusting what I want to say because of things that have come up this morning. I was hurriedly doing it, and if you don't mind getting things in a slightly higgledy-piggledy order, I can go ahead now.
How long? I mean, your evidence in chief, your recognitions about the effects on your property, but also in the area in and around your property, the landscape and visual effects. So that's what I'm expecting to hear about. How long do you think your evidence in chief would take?
The evidence that I'll give, 15 minutes.
Okay. Well, should we do that now then, and then stop for lunch? How does that? If you're fine to carry on, then let's do that.
Yes, I can raise. I'm not going to be referring to any documents that you need to look at, so that should keep the time down a bit.
Okay, I'll pass over to you then, Ms. Smith.
Okay, you were talking, and this topic does actually include residential visual amenity, and I don't think, quite honestly, that any real consideration has been given to this point. For instance, we're talking about aviation lighting.
Ms. Spence, can I, sorry, I'm not intervening on a point of order or anything like that. It's just that I wonder whether, do you want to turn your video on so that we can see you? And I don't know whether there's connection issues.
I have turned video on. I can see myself on your screen on the right-hand side.
Right. Okay, that's fine. It's maybe a problem at my end. I can't see you, but I beg your pardon. Just carry on, please. Sorry.
Okay. Now this, I mean, this business about the nighttime viewing, particularly. I mean, I at my house, I don't go to these special places. I'd need to drive about 30 miles, which is a 60-mile round trip, just to go outside and have a look at shooting stars or something like that. I just stand outside my back door and walk around to the other side of my house or whatever, and have a look if I can see whatever the particular thing is. And I know that many people do that outside their home. And this business of all these radiation lights, I mean, I'm within 3 kilometers of these turbines. And of course, there would be the Clockery ones as well. So I could quite imagine, I don't know exactly how long these lights would actually be on for as planes were passing over, but they would not only be passing over just the odd turbine here and there. I mean, there are 13 in this group. There are, can't remember just how many there are in the Clockery one. I think probably more than that, about 20. So that there would be a sort of flashing across like a wave effect, as far as I can see. And I don't think that it's reasonable to give permission for any construction of this wind farm until this technology is thoroughly sorted out. And I don't think that any construction should take place or be allowed until the technology is absolutely sure and in operation. Because I think there's just quite enough. I mean, at the moment, when they're working on Kilgalleoch at night, the sky is lit up a sort of bright, horrible yellow colour, and that's not acceptable as it is. And that, I think, probably concludes what I'm going to say about lighting. Now, Carol Anderson yesterday was suggesting that when the visual effect of the turbines was considered, that the distance allowed to study at residential properties should be 4 kilometres. And I, clearly at Dockyroyal, am far less than that. And the thing about my property is that it is on a high point, and I don't just get views of these turbines and the effect from these turbines, which we'll come to next week, from one direction. I get them all round. And wherever I look, I mean, I can stand in one place and see 7 different wind farms. There's an inner circle, And then there's an outer circle. I can see Hadgett Hill and Trelaw as well, which is part of the outer circle. I mean, I'm just not just the visual effects, but then you would have these 200-meter turbines, and they would actually dominate my property. And given the other problems that I'm having with that, particularly to do with noise and infrasound, they would be standing like my jailers, tormentors, whatever you like. That was what they would represent to me. And they would be dominating my life. I've already had my business very severely compromised simply by the existence of the turbines and the fact that from the effects of them, I am unable on many occasions to actually do my job properly. I have to get up and see what the turbines are like before I can even decide whether I'm capable of doing my work or whether I need to just get in my car and flee. And that is not a good way to run a business or even to an acceptable way of life. I think the point was made yesterday about, I think it was Carol Anderson who made the point that it was a very bad idea to surround any property by more turbines. And I note that Mr. Welsh, he said, yes, we have one little wind farm nearby. People who have one little wind farm nearby only suffer from wind in one direction. They can avoid looking in other directions and simply look away from turbines. I can't. And there are. I know we're in a low density of population, and I think that the applicant has decided, oh well, there aren't enough people to make a proper objection. We don't need to take any notice of them. And I think, and going by the treatment that I have had from members of the applicant's company, they have tried to diminish my judgment as a musician. I consider that acoustically I'm as well qualified in different ways on the subject of noise, for instance. And I've lived here for 33 and a half years now, and I've lived in this vicinity without turbines, without any expectation that anything like the massive turbines would be inflicted. And I do use that word inflicted, although when, of course, they were first promoted, they seemed such a good idea, so green, so logical, and so on. But when when you've got something that you want to look at, you have one Eiffel Tower, you have one Angel of the North, etc., etc., and they're not anything like this size at all. And they are things that enhance the landscape. Now, suppose that in this landscape you had one turbine sitting on top of a hill in full view because it was a beautiful object. That might be acceptable. But once you get serried ranks of them, it's a bit like, in the Doctor Who films that they have. Once you get serried ranks of something, it becomes menacing. And then okay, that's helped along by the music that goes along with it and so on in the film. But when you do get a build-up of anything, the effect is menacing. And the more you see that, there's yet more and yet more and so on, that is the effect that it is building up in the landscape. I used to enjoy driving about when I just going about my normal business. I don't even look around me. I keep my eyes on the road and I don't look around because I don't want to see the thing that is tormenting me. And it is torment. I'm not exaggerating in any degree whatsoever, because I started out thinking turbines were such a good idea. They are not. And 200-meter high turbines are far, far worse. The cumulative effect of these things only reminds people like me of the absolute trashing of my life. I mean, my entire life has been trashed by these things. And the idea that knowing, I mean, I've made it very clear to the applicant of my problems, and they just dismiss them because they seem to think that the parameters, the very generous parameters that they have set themselves before they got on with this, they can just use them. And even one of their employees, a man who used to be in charge at Arecleoch when they were building it, a man called Daniel Ferrier, he actually insulted me in the village hall when we were looking at one of these plans, and he was not quite shouting at me, but telling me what a fool I was to think that because I'm sensitive to the effects of these turbines, that they couldn't. How he phrased it? Oh well, we can't just buy you out because you are particularly sensitive. It's not our fault you're sensitive to all this, and you can't work with this, and so on and so forth. And I've had enough of it. These people will do anything. They had monitoring equipment in my house, which I'll go into next week, but they didn't even analyze inside monitoring from 12 months inside my house.
Ms. Spence, we seem to be straying away.
I know we're straying because
I know it's difficult because for you these things are, we're compartmentalizing things which aren't compartmentalized for you. But can I make a plea just for today? We can stick to the landscape visualization
next week, but basically the applicant, and Mr. Wells particularly, he struck me as a most unsympathetic person. He's doing his job. He wants to please SPR because he wants to get more work from them. And his subjectivity, if you like, to the existence of turbines, he's not going to be here to live with them. And he thinks just because he's got a few little turbines near where he lives, that, they aren't a problem. Well, maybe a few little turbines in certain places isn't a problem to people. But the number and the density in this area. This same Daniel Ferrier did say to me when we were actually talking about the Kilgalliac extension that they were only applying for, I think it was 11 turbines there, because they couldn't fit any more in. And I suspect that this application and the Clockery one will be similar. They're only applying for whatever number it is for each of them, because that's the maximum they can get away with, they think. And also, I think, coming back to something that you were talking about earlier this morning with Harriet, about the actual staggering of applications, it's notable that the Clockery application was put in 6 months precisely after this one was put in. I did have the dates written down, but I've lost the bit of paper that I wrote it down on. And that within 3 days of the Clockery one, the Kilgalliac extension was put in. Presumably, they put those in close together because they thought that the Clockery was far enough away from Kilgalliac. And they knew, obviously, when they put this application in, that they were going to put Clockery in. So, and they probably had a very good idea of what they were going to do with it. So that the fact that they didn't consider Clockery application at the same time is not an acceptable argument. And again, I think that some these other multiple applications, which is really difficult to keep track of, especially when you're trying to do another job as well. I think that there should be a registration system so that people who wanted to put in applications, who were doing scoping, should register their intention so that all the possible applications can be considered at the same time, and some allowance, maybe not a detailed allowance, but some recognition that these applications are also in the pipeline. Maybe you could put some recommendations and that is considered.
Well, just yeah, I mean, our inquiry and report is only going to focus on this wind farm and its effects and cumulative effects. I hear the point you're making about that, but it wouldn't be appropriate for us to make a recommendation like that through this report. It just would be out with our terms of reference. I'm just providing that point of clarity. So I just want us to stick this morning to the landscape and visual effects and your case. So yeah, apologies again if we can try and limit it to that. And you said that would take you about 15 minutes before we stop for lunch.
Yeah, well, I think I've more or less covered the most important points that I want to make. I think my concern also is that there is so little concern for residents of the immediate area. I mean, you talk airy-fairily about people who want to walk here, people who want to walk there. There's not so much consideration from people who actually live here, travel to work, travel to do whatever, I think it's been briefly mentioned, but I don't think that there has been proper consideration to residents and the effect that this sort of development has on people's lives. And for now, I think I'll be making many of the other points that I would like to make more appropriately tomorrow afternoon and next week when we do the noise. So I think that's about me.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Spence. That's 12:42. So shall we say 1:30 then to resume after lunch, and that would be Mr. Thompson would then have the chance to cross-examine you, Ms. Spence, and then we would move on to the next witness. So if we can come back, unless there's any other points anyone wishes to raise, I'll just stop for the morning and we'll resume at 1:30. Thank you.
Can I just say that I've got some of the maps about the dark skies set here, but because of other things that are going on my computer, I haven't got any of the documents, so I'm unable to refer to specific documents except for the the landscape and visual thing that I got, which is CD21-2, which I've got here.
Okay, I'm not sure if Mr. Thompson is still here and heard that, but
I can see him there. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Let's resume again at 1:30. Thank you very much, Ms. Spence.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. That's 1:30, so I'd like to restart if we're all here. Ms. Spence, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here. My picture's in the corner, but obviously you can't see it still.
Yeah, and maybe others can see you. I just have your name with a little yellow triangle that indicates the connectivity, but we can hear you, so that's the main thing. Okay, Mr. Thompson, I'll pass on to you then, and if I can ask others to turn the videos off, that might help us. And the reminder is, as Ms. Spence, just for others' benefits, Ms. Spence at the end of the session just highlighted that she's got limited access to documents, and I think Mr. Thompson is aware of that. So anyway, Mr. Thompson, over to you.
Thank you, sir. It's not a problem for me because I don't have any questions for Mrs. Spence on this topic.
Okay, well that's fine then. Not a problem at all. Ms. Spence, similarly, we don't have any questions to ask of you either. So that would mean then that for today, your evidence is over. You are, of course, participating tomorrow, as you said, and we'll maybe just recap at the end of the day the arrangements for tomorrow. But for now, then, thank you very much for your evidence. Now, that means it's Mr. Andrews who is next to give evidence. Are you with us, Mr. Andrews?
Yes, sir. Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. So we touched on the arrangements earlier on. I think Mr. Thompson had asked the question. So you've not submitted a recognition, but we confirmed earlier on that your case lives within the terms of your 3rd of November response to the applicant's statement of case, and I have that as document 18.3. And in that response, you raise concerns about how the application materials present the height of the turbines, and you make the point that this isn't a repowering application, but the extension of an existing wind farm. You reference to the landscape capacity study in that regard, and you also raise particular concerns about the effects in the Disk Valley. Now, again, I suggest we just take that as read, but certainly you can refilm it if you wish, and then once again, with that scope of your case in mind, if there's anything in the last few days that you'd like to respond to, before I give Mr. Thompson the chance to ask you questions, then this is your opportunity now. So if that's clear, then, and with that, I'll just pass over to you, Mr. Andrews.
Thank you very much. I'd like to, as an introduction, say that my position here is that I am interested in all aspects of the application. However, I approach the application as a person residing in Bar Hill, the village of Bar Hill. I am interested in the cumulative impact of wind farms and their attendant infrastructure, but that and what I describe as the industrialization of Bar Hill, but that perhaps will occur tomorrow afternoon rather than now. Thank you. So may I then just focus solely on the visual impact of the application on the Disk River Valley in Bar Hill. And I have made some notes which I would like to just come up with now, if I may. I think all participants to the inquiry who have visited Bar Hill will know that Bar Hill is situated in the Disk River Valley, on the floor of the valley, and so they will all have an understanding of the valley, the height of the slopes, and the general character of the valley. So, and everybody at this inquiry understands unambiguously that turbines will be sited from within the village. And everybody at this inquiry understands unambiguously that the Disk River Valley is a protected landscape. So why the disparity? When I questioned Mr. Welch on Monday whether he knew why the application had been turned down by South Ayrshire Council, he said he did understand and that the visual compromise of the Disk Valley was one of the reasons. How clearer an admission of a breach of planning can there be? The applicant did not appear to express surprise that the scheme was rejected by South Ayrshire Council. So it is important for the inquiry to ask the applicant why the application should so blatantly transgress planning regulations. There was, however, a discussion about whether the transgression is an illusion. Mr. Welsh said on Monday, he admitted that the turbine blades are visible from the village on the top of the valley hillside, but because they are actually positioned 2 kilometers away, it somehow mitigates their presence, if not magically disappears them. Mr. Welsh also stated that the view of turbines from the application and those of the proposed Clothry extension turbine proposal, which is a kind of mirror image of this application, but on the other side of Bar Hill, on the other valley side, will together lessen the combined impact. Now, I presume that Mr. Welsh is saying that the impact of the visible impact is lessened by familiarity. But I think that this is called pulling the wool over the eyes. The idea that anyone is blinded by a lot of something is nonsense. Familiarity does not necessarily breed tolerance. And I see this as a contemptuous attempt to normalize an abnormal situation. However, is there any truth in Mr. Welch's proposition? And here I think we are in the subject area of perception of landscape. Both Ms. Carol Anderson and Mr. Welsh seemed reluctant to give firm pronouncements to the impact because as chartered landscape architects, they are nervous of giving personal subjective opinions that can be cross-examined. And there was a lot of discussion about acceptability versus appropriateness, which I personally did not quite follow. Nevertheless, they agreed to disagree and hand the matter over to you, Madam and Sir reporters, to adjudicate where they, the experts, were reluctant to proceed. Now, it seems to me that designing a wind farm to intrude on the Disk Valley, then standing back for you to decide the application, is what I would call corporate bullying. Now, and finally, if I may, I want to just bring up or discuss perception of landscape, which seems to be intrinsic to landscape appreciation or evaluating the impact of objects in the landscape. And it is notable that the 2 landscape architects, although eschewing giving personal perceptions of the landscape, both did. For instance, Miss Anderson said that a turbine would be perceived as tilting into the Tig Valley. A subjective opinion, if ever I heard, although aptly descriptive, I'm sure. And Mr. Welsh said, along along the lines of that the more turbines there are, the more they disappear. A personal opinion, I would suggest. I told Mr. Welsh on Monday that anything that can be perceived in a landscape is owned by the viewer. This is called the Savannah theory of landscape perception. A hunter-gatherer in a landscape is looking for prey and what might prey on him, thus has an interest in the whole of what he can see. So I would therefore say that a person owns what they can see. And I think, even if I may, asking for the video to be able to see the speaker is part of that. Okay, so finally, really, in the truncated horizon of a valley, what is visible on the horizon or appearing above the horizon belongs to the landscape within the valley, and thus the impact of this application, visual impact, is significant, and I think that probably now does conclude my observations and statement. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Andrews. Mr. Thompson, do you have questions for Mr. Andrews?
No, thank you, sir. I have no questions for Mr. Andrews.
Okay, as it happens, nor do we, Mr. Andrews. We understand your evidence quite clearly. Okay, well, skimming along, that takes us to Mr. Stevenson, and you're with us, yeah. So you submitted a single document with your precognitions for a number of the topics we're discussing in the inquiry, and the one dealing with landscape and visual effects was in the first page of that. And again, we can take that as read if you want, or you can read it out. It is up to you. It deals with the effects on the biosphere and dark sky park, cumulative effects, residential visual amenity, and aviation safety lighting. And indeed, I think you questioned Mr. Welsh on all of those subjects Monday or Tuesday, I can't remember now. So again, before you're cross-examined, if indeed Mr. Thompson has any questions for you, is there anything which has come up in those discussions in relation to these subjects which you want to respond to, Mr. Stevenson? Over to you.
Yes, indeed, there are one or two things that I would like to refer to. Can I go ahead now?
Yeah, carry on.
On visual impact, first of all, on CD 15.2, the open statement of case, in his evidence, Mr. Welsh agreed that...
Mr. Stevenson, the only thing I'm going to say is, bear in mind I need to take notes about this, so
yeah,
don't proceed too quickly for me, please. Carry on.
In his evidence, Mr. Welsh agreed that his findings of acceptability of the development, following his own conclusion that impacts would be significant, were subjective. You may recall that we had a discussion because I felt that I had been traduced in a response from Mr. Welsh in an earlier document where he had dismissed one of my assertions that the development was an appalling blot on the landscape as a subjective comment, but he did agree with me that it was permissible for me to, as a protester, to make a subjective comment, as well as it was for him to make a subjective comment. In 215 and 416 of that document, Mr. Welsh stated that he considered the area as a landscape with wind farms rather than a wind turbine defined landscape. Now, I think his opinion appears to suggest that once an area has been effectively industrialized with wind turbines, it's okay then to build as many as you like, regardless, almost, of the impact on landscape, residential amenity, or the dark sky park, as reinforced by South Ayrshire Council's objections, and turning the area into a wind turbine defined landscape, in other words. So according to Carol Anderson's evidence yesterday, she said that part of the area, in her opinion, already is a wind turbine defined landscape due to what Ms. Ellis said this morning, because of the relentless encroachment of wind farms. So my contention is that we are discussing the addition of 13 gigantic 200-meter high wind turbines as part of this relentless encroachment, turning what is left of this area into a wind turbine defined landscape. On the lavender test, which is in the open document CD 15.7, the lavender test states that no individual properties would experience a dominant, overbearing, or oppressive effect from the wind farm to the extent that residential amenity would be reduced to an unacceptable level in visual terms. Now, in response to my question about the impact on Pat Spence's home at Dock Royal, where she told us she's surrounded by 164 wind turbines visible from every aspect of her property, Mr. Welsh appeared to focus his remarks solely on the Arecleoch extension, rather than taking into account the cumulative impact of the extension on top of the 164 turbines that surround her house. Indeed, in answer to a question from the reporter, Mr. Welsh agreed that a sense of encirclement can lead to the unacceptability of a development, but that he didn't think it occurred in this case. Well, in my submission, Pat Spence's home at Dock Royal is totally encircled. She spoke this morning about an inner circle and an outer circle. She's surrounded by a ring of steel, and the Arecleoch extension will compound her sense of encirclement. The lavender test, after all, was designed to assess residential visual amenity, but I understand, in fact, that there's no published guidance that sets out the criteria for establishing whether or not the visual presence of a wind energy development impacts unacceptably on the visual component of residential amenity. So how can Open claim in 2.8 of their document that the lavender test has in fact been passed by the proposed Arecleoch wind farm extension? I would say that this is clearly not the case. They told us, Mr. Welsh explained, that calculations were based on a 2-kilometre radius, which I think is entirely inappropriate in the case of this new development of 200-metre high turbines. And indeed, Carol Anderson yesterday said that a previous wind farm with 180-metre high turbines had looked at a 4-kilometre radius. So the Arecleoch extension, as we heard from Pat Spence this morning, must surely have a visual residential amenity impact on the Dock Royal farm and Pat Spence's home and business. So summing up on that visual impact basis and lavender test, I agree with Harry Ellis that the relentless encroachment of wind farms in South Ayrshire, and in particular in this area, is unacceptable. On the question of aviation lighting, which is CD 15.7, the open document 2.1, Mr. Welsh agreed with the reporter's question that the significant effects of aviation lights only drop away after 10 to 12 kilometers. So surely the construction of these 13 giant turbines, with not only aviation warning lights in each, but with column lights, surely they will threaten the protected status of the Galloway and Southern Ayrshire UNESCO Biosphere and Dark Sky Park. Carol Anderson said yesterday in her evidence that she thought this might well be the case. In CD 637, I hope I'm not going too fast for you, sir.
Just about keeping up.
Okay, thanks. Questioned on the South Ayrshire Council and Forestry Commission Scotland report on dark sky lighting, Mr. Welsh stated that the 13 turbines would not be visible from the 11 dark sky viewpoints favoured by the Forestry Commission. And we heard Mr. Thompson in cross-examination of Miss Ellis raise this point this morning. However, he conceded in a question, I refer again to Mr. Welsh, he conceded in a question from me that there were potentially hundreds of other viewpoints within what I would remind everyone is a 300 square mile dark sky park, where the lights on the turbines would be visible. So I entirely accept that there are designated 11 viewpoints with parking spaces, and I entirely accept that that's where the majority of people go to park their cars. But they do not step out of their car to enjoy the dark sky park. They tend to spread out over the area to enjoy their own personal different viewpoints. I would remind everyone that the Galloway Forest Park received gold tier dark sky park status from the International Dark Sky Association in 2009 due to the exceptional quality of the night sky. And the IDA, the International Dark Sky Association, is a non-profit organization who are an internationally recognized authority on light pollution. Their sole purpose is to combat light pollution and protect our night skies for present and future generations. So the introduction of aviation lights and column lighting at Arecleoch will surely undermine and perhaps take away that gold tier status. On the issue of the technical issues of lighting, I again raised with Mr. Welsh, I have to say here that at the start of his evidence, he explained his extensive qualifications as a landscape architect, as a landscape consultant. He did not, however, explain that he has a PhD in the expertise of aviation lighting. He nevertheless, in CD 15.7, 10.14, table 3, he goes on to explain in some detail the technologies of new forms of lighting which apparently are not yet available. Our attention was drawn to a photograph of Scottish SNA looking at the picture of looking at a light on a table We were told in evidence that there are no wind farms that have this technology fitted. Nevertheless, we were given extensive evidence in the open document about transponder systems that may or may not come into being in 4 or 5 years' time. There's no indication whether the aircraft themselves would have to be fitted with technical devices that would allow them to be attuned to the transponders. So I'm wondering if, you know, on the basis of Scottish Power's Arecleoch extension, every light aircraft or military jet in Britain will have to be fitted with such operational machinery before Arecleoch has given permission to go ahead. I mean, I'm simply, rather flippantly perhaps, trying to illustrate that all of this stuff about, you know, lighting that does not yet exist, showing photographs of lights on a table, being told about stuff that might or might not appear in 5 years' time. This is not in the expertise of Mr. Welsh. I find that this is risible and should not be accepted by the reporters as evidence, and indeed should not be accepted as a condition of planning consent for Arecleoch. That concludes all I wish to say. Thank you very much.
Okay, good. Thank you very much, Mr. Stevenson. Oh, sorry, I'm rustling paper. Mr. Thompson, do you have any questions for Mr. Stevenson?
Good afternoon, Mr. Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
I hope you can hear me all right.
Yep, I can. Thanks.
Great. In your introduction on Monday, you said that you were a local resident appearing on your own behalf. And I wondered if I could just ask where you live, please.
I live at Balig Farm, Ballantrae.
And forgive my lack of knowledge on the local geography. Is that north, south, or east of Ballantrae, generally speaking?
It's on the coast.
But the coast to the north or the south?
At the coast to the south of Bar Hill.
Thank you.
To the southwest, I should say.
That deals with your local residents. And then you say that you're appearing on your own behalf. But I couldn't help noticing in 22.7, which is your topic 2 landscape and visual impact paper, where you're dealing with responses. In your second response, you say we. And I wondered who the we was.
Well, I am married. I have neighbours who are also objectors to this. All of us, of course, have had discussions about the wind farms that have encroached in this area. And I was loosely using the term we in reference to all of the people that I share the same views on not wishing any further encroachment of wind farms in South Ayrshire.
So is that generally opponents of onshore wind farms?
Generally,
South Ayrshire.
yeah.
And am I right in understanding that you have been an opponent of onshore wind farms for a number of years?
I would say for at least 30 years.
I had only gone as far back as about 10, and I'd found a couple of books that you'd written on the subject.
Indeed.
I think in 2011 you wrote "The Rape of Britain, Wind Farms and the Destruction of Our Environment."
Precisely.
And then in 2013 you wrote "So Much Wind, the Myth of Green Energy."
Precisely.
And do I take it that your views on the subject haven't changed significantly since you wrote those two books?
As far as wind energy is concerned, no, they haven't.
And you're also, dare I say it, strongly opposed to offshore wind farms, but for different reasons.
Yes, I'm opposed to all wind farms because they actually, this does not form part of our topic 2 situation, but I believe that they do not work. It's a flawed technology.
And reading your books, you seem to have two, probably many more, but two particular strands of argument that I noticed. One was that wind turbines violate the principle of fairness by transferring vast amounts of money from the poor to the rich. Would you agree that that was one of your themes?
I would agree entirely. As a person who is appearing at this public inquiry on an entirely unpaid and voluntary basis, unlike yourself, Mr. Thompson, I think that is the truth.
Well, to be fair, I didn't think you were talking about either of us when you wrote that. I thought that your proposition was that wind energy had to be subsidized, and that meant taxpayers, and that meant the poor, and the transfer was to the rich, who were the landowners who you premised were benefiting from this.
The landowners certainly do benefit from the construction of wind farms, but also without subsidy, I doubt very much if any of the major energy companies like Scottish Power would be interested in this technology in the first place.
I want to intervene at this point. I understand, Mr. Thompson, why you're seeking to establish Mr. Stevenson's overall position in respect of wind farms, but I'm very wary of this turning into a much wider discussion than it needs to be and will be. So I just want to both bear that in mind. I'm really only interested in the landscape and visual effects and Mr. Stevenson's answers in respect to those. Albeit I understand, I think, why we're in this territory at the moment. But can I just flag that up?
I'm grateful, sir. I wasn't intending to enter into the debates at all, but simply to map out Mr. Stevenson's interest and his objective in being here. The other strand of your argument that I picked up, Mr. Stevenson, from your books was that you thought that it was madness for the Scottish government to turn its back on nuclear energy. Is that correct?
And indeed on hydrogen, as the hydrogen economy will, I think, be one of the great answers to the green technology of the future.
Indeed. And when you wrote these books, you were politically active in that you were a Conservative MEP.
Yeah.
And the Scottish government then, as now, is opposed to nuclear energy.
Yes.
And am I right in understanding that you've now retired from mainline politics?
I have retired from elected politics.
And the moratorium on nuclear energy in Scotland continues. And are you now pursuing your opposition to wind farms by means of peering at inquiries like this?
Not necessarily, no. I also write newspaper articles. I frequently have, I'm a columnist in the Herald. I've written articles praising the Green Revolution, but looking at hydrogen. I've even written an article exposing the torment that Pat Spence is suffering at the hands of the wind energy companies.
And that's what you're doing here?
I'm here as an objector because I live in this area.
And coincidentally, it's advancing your argument against wind farms generally.
Well, I would find it abnormal if I was not participating in this inquiry from a position where I've opposed wind energy for years.
Thank you very much, Mr. Stevenson. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And thank you very much, Mr. Thompson and Mr. Stevenson. We don't have any questions for you, Mr. Stevenson. Is there anything you want to come back on in terms of those questions, or are you?
I'll be happy to put some final submissions in based on what I've heard and what we've discussed. And I'm delighted to hear that Mr. Thompson has been reading my books. I hope he will continue to do so. I have some on other subjects as well.
Okay. So, sorry, my computer is telling me there's an issue. That's fine. So I think then that only leaves us with Mr. Kelly. Now, unexpectedly to me at least, we've got plenty of time. So, Mr. Kelly, you'd made the offer. I think I mean, to go last and or to take your evidence as a written submission and leave it at that. And the applicant, I think, Mr. Thompson, on behalf of the applicant, had said, or I think it was maybe in an email yesterday, that would be fine. So I suppose I would go back to you, Mr. Kelly, and what your preference is. You have a recognition. You're quite entitled to give evidence in chief and be cross-examined. I'm happy to do that. If you'd rather take it as written submission and leave it at that, that's also fine. I mentioned that we had some questions. There were points of clarification. I think we can live without them and make reasonable assumptions. If I felt compelled to ask you them, we could do that in writing and give the applicant the chance to respond. I didn't anticipate that would be necessary, but we could do that. So I guess the choice is yours, Mr. Kelly. How would you want to take it from here?
Thank you, sir. I've listened to all of the evidence today, and it reinforces my view that my landscape and visual impact assessment evidence makes more sense to be taken as a written submission that feeds into my hearing statement, and in due course will feed into the closing submissions to which the applicant has the chance to respond. So my preference would be to, as mentioned by Mr. Thompson this morning and discussed with you, to leave my evidence as a written submission only.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you very much. Mr. Thompson, does the applicant, are you content to deal with that in closing submissions then, or do you wish the right to respond in writing to Mr. Kelly's written submission?
I'm quite happy to pick it up in closing submission.
Right, okay, thank you. So that takes us, I think then, tell me if I'm wrong, please, I think to the end of the session, the inquiry session on landscape and visual effects. Mr. Thompson.
I'm terribly sorry. Just in case there's any misunderstanding about what sort of submission Mr. Kelly is going to make. I had been assuming that he was talking about a closing submission on the evidence, not further evidence from him, and that what we've got from Mr. Kelly at the moment is his evidence. So I was intending to make any remarks I wanted to about his evidence in my closing submission. Any further submission that he makes should be of a closing submission nature rather than an evidential one.
I fully understand that and agree, and I would have no intention of doing otherwise than making a closing submission which covers the evidence already lodged. There is no intention to make a further submission on landscape matters. I fully understand the position.
Yes, that's what I thought your intention was, Mr. Kelly. That's fine, thank you. I'll maybe pass over in a moment and ask Alison just to give us all a reminder of what's happening tomorrow and who's involved, given her fair warning of that. Some of you who've been participating today, this will be is your final, I think, part of the inquiry or participation. So we'd both like to thank you, to those of you who that applies to, for your contributions today. But a reminder that, as we've just discussed there will be an opportunity for everyone to make a closing submission based on the evidence that's been heard and discussed. So at the end of the final sessions, we'll come back. But our intention would probably be to give the council and the other objectors, let's say, 2 weeks to make closing submissions. We could stretch that a little if people feel that's not enough time, and then the applicant would then have a similar period to respond. But we will write out about that towards the end of the process. And I think that's all I was going to mention at this point. And other than to thank everyone for the contributions today. Alison, can you give everyone a reminder as to what's next tomorrow?
Yep. So we're starting off in the morning with hearing involving Mr. Stevenson and the applicant, and that covers topics, I think it's 3, 6 and 7, so ecology, peatland and transport. And then in the afternoon we have a separate hearing on topic 8, which will involve the applicant, Ms. Spence and Mr. Andrews. Now, we obviously aren't too sure exactly how long the morning will take. So what we've said, Mr. Andrews and Ms. Spence, that we won't start the afternoon before 1:30, but if things are different from that, we'll send you an email. But I would envisage we should be able to get through the morning hearing and allow ourselves a break before starting at 1:30 for the afternoon hearing. There's a couple of I've asked the case officers to send out a couple of emails. One, Mr. Stevenson, the 5 additional documents that you sent, there's 3 of them are in a format that I haven't been able to open. So if you have a wee look at your emails, the case officers have sent an email just asking if you're able to send it in a different format. I think it's a web archive. I tried to click on it and we weren't able to get it open. So hopefully you can resend that. For the applicant, it's really just a list of who's appearing tomorrow, Mr. Thompson. If I don't think we've got that. Document lists. I think we've got Mr. Stevenson's, and I think the applicant certainly sent in the list for the morning hearing. I think we're going to be waiting for the afternoon one. Mr. Andrews and Ms. Spence, if you're intending to refer to any documents, if you could send us a list of that as soon as you can, just so people can have them ready. Now the hearing will be a sort of similar formats to the one that we had way back on policy, obviously with a lot fewer participants, but we'll follow the agenda which you've already been sent out, and I'll ask questions and you'll give the opportunity to answer and to seek points of clarification of each other. Anybody got any questions on tomorrow's proceedings? Okay, so we'll be 10 o'clock start for a very small group first thing in the morning with Mr. Stevenson. It will seem strange not to see so many faces on the screen, but look forward to that.
Thank you very much, everyone. We'll close today's meeting. Thank you.